and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our lecture of economics, molecular biology, and the future of medicine with Dr. Tzvi Maru, founder and executive director of Advanced Communications Ltd. The world of medicine has undergone tremendous changes in the past few decades, and we are now at the cusp of a new area. Thank you. Where technology and innovation are transforming healthcare as we know it. From personalized medicine to advanced robotics, artificial intelligence to gene editing, the future of medicine holds immense promise for improving patient outcomes, extending human lifespan, and addressing some of the biggest healthcare challenges facing our planet. In this lecture, we will explore some of the latest breakthroughs in medical science and technology and discuss how they are shaping the future of healthcare. Dr. Marum's impressive career has been marked by numerous achievements, including founding Bottom Advanced Communications Ltd. Before venturing into the private sector, Dr. Marum served as a first lieutenant in the Israeli Navy. He graduated with excellence in electronics from the Naval Academy as well as from the Advanced Naval Command course. In addition to his military background, Dr. Marum holds a postgraduate degree in medicine from the Sackler School of Medicine and MCs in Industrial Electronics. Dr. Marum is on the board of several national and international academic committees for computing and communications. Since 2017, Dr. Marum is the chairman of the board of the Israeli High-Tech and Innovation Industries Associations of the Manufacturers Association of Israel. Following Dr. Marum's lecture on the future of medicine, we will have the honor of engaging in a Q&A session with him. This will be a great opportunity for us to learn more from his wealth of experience and expertise. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Tzvi Marum.
Thank you very much. Well, before we start with the future of medicine, let's try to explain to ourselves what is medicine. Is medicine a science like physics or other sciences? And the fact is that medicine is not exactly a science, but it's targeted to make us healthy and well-being, which means that if we are sick, it tries to return us to the normal situation that we are healthy. If we break a bone, it tries to fix the bone. If we feel very unhappy, we get antidepressant. But as a fact, medicine itself is not a science. And in reality, 100 years ago, not to mention 200 years ago, if you had a serious disease, let's say smallpox or measles or something like this, going to a doctor or not going to a doctor, you had the same chances to live or to be healthy. So this didn't change much. So let's look a little bit on the far history. 5 or 7 million years ago, 2 Australopithecus, depends on which scientist you believe, let's call them Adam and Eve, decided to wake up and to look around, and this started the human race. And then, for these 5 or 7 million years, what happened? Human beings, the human race, came for, let's say, from 2 Australopithecus or 5 or 10, until 200 years ago, into 1 billion people. So 5 or 7 million years it took for the human race to come from 2 to 1 billion. And then in 200 years, we became from 1 billion to 8 billion, and within 50 years, we will become about 10 billion, which is probably the maximum capacity that planet Earth can tolerate. So how come that you go 7 million years and then all of a sudden boom, you have a graph that can make every banker happy if he sees his share go like this in 200 years. What happened is, actually in the last 100 years, that medicine had two big achievements. One is vaccination, and the second is antibiotics. Both of them were discovered by coincidence, by people with strong vision. But if you think about it, it's two things which are completely different. Vaccines are preventive. You take and you inject something to a person that is completely healthy or to a child in order that sometime in the future he will not be sick. Antibiotics is not preventive. When you are already sick, you get antibiotics in order to be well. But one thing is common to the preventive and actual antibiotics. Both of them do not cure. Both of them actually teaches the immunologic system of a person, which is a result of these 5 million or 7 million or more years, to actually fight the pathogen. What do I mean? If you inject the vaccination, you actually create a memory inside the immunologic system, and then when a pathogen comes, the system knows to fight it. Antibiotics do not kill microbes. Antibiotics make them weaker, the outer capsule weaker, and then the white cell bodies eat them. So basically, medicine as of today, except of the mechanics to replace maybe a bone or something like that, the two big achievements of medicine that enable the human race to grow to the way that it is today are basically improving the evolutionary steps that was created in the last 5 or 7 million years. This is what medicine knows to do. And now, let's try to guess what will be the future of medicine. Because now we are in a situation that we are at a certain life expectancy, we know what happens, etc. We have around us a lot of animals that are connected to us. For example, more than 60% of the bird species on Earth disappeared, but one species grew dramatically. It's called chicken. Every moment there are 250 billion chickens living on the face of the earth. But chicken cannot live in nature. If you will release chicken in the jungle, a lot of snakes will be extremely happy. So what will come next? Will we become immortals? Is it possible? Or just we will become old longer time? Can we cure many things that at the moment we define autoimmune or of unknown source, like oncology, like neurological diseases, or this is our destiny to stay with them? Let's have a look. For having a look, we will go back a little bit in history, about 200 years ago. Oops, sorry. In order to this, we are moving to Russia. And surprisingly enough, we are not going to drink vodka, despite that I'm going to introduce to you one of the most brilliant chemists ever was born, Dmitry Mendeleev, that everybody knows him because of the achievement that he brought to Piotr the Great, Piotr Parva, is to wait how to avoid to forge vodka, and in order not to use volume but use weight. And this is the reason that every respected Russian asks for 50 grams of vodka and not 50 microliters of vodka or centiliters of vodka. But Dmitry Mendeleev had a dream. Those that don't believe in dreams, this is one of the reasons to believe in them. And what he saw, in his own words, I saw in a dream a table where all elements fell into place as required. Awaking, I immediately wrote it down on a paper. Only in one place did a correction seem necessary. Amazing. Instead of fire, air, earth, and water, all of a sudden, we have all the elements that exist in the galaxy organized in a table. All of a sudden. And I remind you that in the time of Mendeleev, most of the elements were unknown. He didn't know that they are existing. But he found out there is something common between all of them when you organize them in a table which has columns and rows. And for example, if you look on one of the rows and you see chlorine, you can know what will be the properties of iodine and brome, even if you don't know that they exist. Very interesting. Now, let's look together on column number 6. We see on the upper side carbon, and under carbon we see silicon. So silicon and carbon has a lot in common. But what is carbon? If you burn a plant or animal, what is left is ashes. No wonder that the alchemists were looking for the phlogiston, for the secret soul that exists inside the carbon. And if you look on silicon, what is silicon? You go in the sand and you kick the sand. This is silicon. But all of a sudden we see that from carbon you have all the animals and all planets that exist on face Earth, or probably in many other places in the galaxies. And if you look on silicon, this sand is the base to all the computers and all the electronics that we have today. And if you take this carbon and you mix it with water, which we still don't understand the exact nature of water, surprisingly enough, about 85%, and put a little bit of nitrogen and a little bit of fat, maybe in my case a little bit more fat, then all of a sudden you have an animal. Very strange. Now, one of the things that was extremely interesting for scientists, how the memory goes from one generation to the other. Why children are similar to their parents. Why children to parents that had cancer or heart attack have more chances to get it than just a normal person. And the belief until 70 years ago that was the information is carried by proteins. And so, no wonder that a lot of recommendations came to drink a glass of milk in the morning, to eat 2 eggs, because proteins were thought to be the essential to transfer the information from generation to generation to generation. Okay? By the way, I don't want that you will think that I recommend in the morning not to drink milk, especially in your coffee, and to drink it with soy milk instead. This is totally tasteless, right? All the Italians in the crowd agree. So, in 1955, 2 Americans that basically probably stole the idea from a certain researcher, woman researcher, Watson and Crick, came to a fantastic discovery. The memory between the ages is not moving through proteins. It's moving through a code, a digital code that is quadratic code. What do I mean quadratic code? In binary code, you have 0 and 1. In quadratic code, you have adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine, 4 bases. So it's a far, far more complex than the binary code. So what do we understand now? We understand that we are basically, like every other animal, we are basically an analog carbon machine managed by a digital quadratic code. This is what we are. And this is what every single animal and planet on this planet Earth, and probably what exists on other galaxies, is made of. It's an analog machines managed by a sophisticated digital code. Might be that some creatures in other galaxy have octalic code. Who knows? Those that have seen the movie with the Fifth Element have seen that the code of the girl there is double helix with, instead of 4 bases, 8 bases, which immediately create a superior creature. Now, once we understand this, we understand that in order to understand what we are, we have to look in the code. Only a few weeks ago, the complete genomic code has been decoded. Only a few weeks. A lot of it have been decoded in a project called the Genome Project for many years, but the final code has been deciphered only a few weeks ago. And still we don't know what it means completely. Out of the code, 8% is not ours, is viral code. If we sequence the human genome, we find 8% is retrovirus code, which means that during evolution, the carrier of evolution were viruses. Think about it when we had Corona. Basically, the carrier of evolution, the one that creates probably that we came from the apes and before us all the things, that fish became frogs and etc., 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 probably the carriers were viruses that are far more ancient than we are. Then, if we look on other 40%, we don't know what they are, but probably they are also viral origin. We don't know to read them, but they are probably also from viral origin, which means that nearly 50% of our code is viral. 50% of our code is viral. It's not our genome. Okay? Now, what they do there, nobody knows. Some think it's a code that's silenced, have no meaning. Others say that maybe, and there is more and more proof, that if this code meets with outside viruses, it can create things like cancer. And think about it, for example, now we have a vaccination against papillomavirus. But does the vaccination against papillomavirus is designed to fight papilloma disease? No. The vaccination against papillomavirus avoids cervical cancer, 98% of cervical cancer in women. So you vaccine against the virus and you protect women from the second most common cancer. What is the connection? We don't know. We don't understand yet. We don't understand why certain people in 13th century, 14th century, and 15th century had smallpox. Some of them died, and some of them did not die. Why it happens? Why it happens sometimes that inside a family, one person have a flu, and the other one is going to work happily? Why is that? We don't understand yet. But it's definitely connected to the genetic code. Okay, so now we are in a very unique point. You remember that I showed you the silicon? Think about this a little bit in a philosophical matter. A creature which is made from carbon, it's us, managed by a digital code which is quadratic, is building silicon creatures that are managed by binary code. And now we are giving them the ability of intelligence that is now in all the news, artificial intelligence. But there is one big difference between the carbon creatures and the silicon creatures. The silicon creatures are immortal, and we are not. So, where we have to look in order to create that medicine will give us the ability that we will be a surviving species, that we will actually live to the age of maybe 200, and probably our grandchildren will live to such ages, and then travel to the stars, or on the other hand, we will have to go in caves and fight against the Terminator of silicon, which just gave him intelligence. What will dictate it? What will dictate it is to look inside molecular biology, and this will dictate every single aspect of our life and the medicine. What do I mean? If you will look on the PhD that Einstein did, you will see that he didn't deal with relative physics. He actually measured molecules. That's what he did. And if you look now on what is different between each one of you that is sitting here, is the structure of his genetic code and molecular structure that comes out of it. But when you go to the doctor, it doesn't matter if you weigh 50 kilograms or 80 kilograms, if you're a woman or a man, you will get the same package of 20 antibiotics. The treatment of each one of you is dependent not on him, but on the disease that he has. If you have, for the sake of argument, streptococcus, you will get the same treatment no matter what is your genetic structure. Which means that currently all of us wear the same clothes, which you wouldn't agree. So we have to look into molecular biology because it will give us a lot of new drugs, a lot of capabilities to extend the life, and in the next stage we will be able to program, and we start to program the genetic code like we program the silicon machines. But to program the carbon machine, it's far more complex because the digital code is far more complex. But we can start to do it, and as you can see, there is now more and more genetic editing, and you can see it in plants that are growing bigger, that are not sick anymore, that are resistant to all kinds of virals or viruses, and so on and so on. So, where do we look? We look into molecular biology. So, what it means, this new era for medicine? If you look now, let's say on oncology, that we don't have the exact reason why people have cancer. There are many assumptions, many of them point to viruses, to other things. There is no doubt that there are other factors like smoking, like radiology, etc., etc. But now, if you look on the drugs of cancer, what happened in the last 10 years, it's dramatic. If you had to enter into a cancer treatment 10, maybe even 5 years ago, you could get chemotherapy, radiology, and maybe the sandwich would be chemotherapy, radiology, chemotherapy, or just chemotherapy, or just radiology. But that's what you got. It doesn't matter if you had a man, woman, old, young, that was the treatment, and in many cases it was not successful. But that was the sandwich. That's what existed. We tried to kill every cell. That's what existed. Now, if you look on it, less than 10 years later, there is not a lot of biologic drugs. We scan your genome, and then if we find certain parameters in your genome, we can give you a biologic drug that is suitable for you, specifically for you and for your kind, not something in general. And so if you look on the survival rate of many cases of cancer, you will see that it improved dramatically. If you look on the result of the vaccination that I mentioned on papilloma virus, you will see that it nearly eliminated the second source of women cancer, and now they are developing vaccination against colon cancer, which is a major killer in men. So we are moving, and not to mention what happened in the COVID, that the vaccination in the first time in history was based on RNA, on genetics. It did not exist before. And in 2 years, just the last 2 years, all of a sudden governments released it, and all of a sudden we can vaccine ourselves against unexpected virus in a very short time. So, the first thing is molecular diagnostic, which is the business of the company that I managed until recently. Second is biologic drugs and gene editing, that gene editing, no doubt, will come into effect in a big way in human medicine. By the way, those of you that like mythology, in the Greek mythology, there were the sisters that decided on the fate of a person, and when they would cut the thread of life, the person would die. In all our genetic code, there is something that is called telomeres. And we see that because of some reason, it's like a clock. There is less telomeres, becomes shorter, 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 and then when it becomes almost invisible, we die. So obviously, the first idea that you have is to isolate from a person his own telomeres and then put them inside and just make it longer. And we don't have to make a deal with the devil. We just have to have a deal with the right surgeon. Then there is the new vaccines, like the RNA-based vaccine for COVID. And last but not least is microbiome. Microbiome is basically something that you can call the cyber of medicine. What do I mean? You know, we have a kind of a church approach still. We live in the 21st century, but we have a church approach. What do I mean? In the time of Galileo, it was obvious that the sun is circulating the earth. Why? Because in the Bible it's written that man has been created in the image of God, so we live on planet Earth. Obviously, this is the most important planet, and everything circulates around us. And if you don't believe, we will show you the tools or the fire that will make you believe. Now, when you look on medicine, what medicine looks on? It looks only on the human being. But if 50% of our genome is viral, and all our intestines is filled with microbes that dictate our living, not just our well-being, because cow cannot give milk if it doesn't have the right microbes inside its intestine. Termite cannot eat wood if it doesn't have the right microbes in his intestine. Even us, if we kill with antibiotics a lot of the microbes in our intestine, after an operation, we need to give probiotics in order to bring them back. So many of these microbes are crucial to us. It's not an option. So good medicine will look on them and us. So I will give you something that with one of our revolutionary instruments is now being tested in the US, is about lung cancer. There is one medicine made by Merck called Keytruda that basically so far have been shown that on a certain kind of lung cancer, at least for 10 years you are clean. But this is for 10% of the people that have this cancer. If you give it to other 10%, the results are mediocre, and the other 80%, it's not good at all. They just suffer. You cannot use it. We found out, not we, researchers that use our instrument in Portland, that if you change the microbiome of people with this particular cancer, the effectiveness of Keytruda goes up to 30%. 3 times that much. So you can save 70% of the people that have this particular lung cancer just by changing their microbiome. Why is that so? We don't know, but obviously there is a relationship that if we analyze people with a certain genome code plus the relevant microbiome for this particular person, it affects the drug of cancer. So obviously, medicine should look not only on us, but what is inside us. Okay? Now, being the chairman of the High-Tech Association of Israel, I had one slide that I want you to see. You can never make a change by fighting reality. Many of the things that we believe are not true. Our narratives, our beliefs, our omens, but they are not reality. And if we want to make a real change, we have to look to reality in the eyes. And changing something, you must build something that is not just an improvement of the former model, it's something that has to make the old model completely obsolete. You know, many years, people try to explain the movement of the sun around the earth with all kind of mathematical corrections to explain it. But once it was perceived that the earth is circulating the sun and not the other way around, even though there are still people that believe that the earth is flat and it's a general conspiracy in Hollywood, the minute that people understood that we are circulating this sun with many other stars, all the models of astronomy, of space travel, of where we are, what we are, have changed. And this same thing will happen when we look into the small submicroscopic world. I will give you something that we did, which we are very proud. Especially we are proud because the Americans invested about $500 million and failed. And we succeeded. And another reason is that in the first time in the Balkans, actually in Croatia, in a hospital in Zagreb, we are doing something that is very unique on medicine. What is the NatLab? NatLab is a machine that has a cartridge. Inside the cartridge there is a carbon chip, and on this carbon chip we put RNA and DNA of different pathogens. Which pathogens? Can be viruses, can be microbes, can be fungi, whatever. And if we know that, for example, give you an example, that meningitis today have 38 reasons that you can have meningitis. Some of them are viral, like cytomegalovirus. Some of them are microbes, like Cryptococcus. Some of them are even amoebic, but you don't know. When the child comes to hospital and is very feverish and 41 degrees and his eyes are rolling back, etc., you don't know what he has, but you have to give a treatment. What treatment can you give? There is no drug against viruses. So what do? You flood him with antibiotics, even if you don't know the reason, hoping that you hit the target. But if you didn't hit the target, you made a damage. And remember that Hippocrates at the time said, primum non nacerum. First, don't make a damage before you do all kind of things. So, on each one of these cartridges, we put different DNA and RNA of different microbes. And if you come with a disease, let's say respiratory, it's difficult for you to breathe, you cough, but you don't want to say yes corona, no corona. Maybe you have pneumonia, maybe you have flu A, maybe you have flu B, maybe you have RSV. Who knows? You take a swab, you put it inside the cartridge, you close the cartridge, put it in this machine, and 30 to 40 minutes later, you have an absolute diagnosis. You have flu A, you have RSV. Imagine we work with Stop TB, which is the World Health Organization on tuberculosis. Think about it like this. Tuberculosis today is the queen of all respiratory diseases for centuries and centuries. Since ancient Egypt, people tried to eliminate tuberculosis, but never it was successful. Today, tuberculosis, there are more than 100 different mutants of the tuberculosis microbe. And each one of them is resistant or non-resistant, but to different antibiotics. And if it's resistant to antibiotic number one, you have to give the second line of defense. And if you have fail, you need a third line of defense. If the third line of defense fails, you better call the rabbi, the priest, or the Qadi, and check what is the situation of the person financially. But what is the system today? You analyze a person for tuberculosis, and then you take a petri dish, you put the bacteria on different rings of different antibiotics, and a week later or 5 days later, you know to which kind of antibiotics it is resistant. But by that time, the patient is gone, because if he's in Africa, he returned to his tribe. Or if he's a gypsy, he already went from Romania to Trieste. I'm telling you actual cases. Same thing when you bring an old person to hospital. What is beautiful about modern hospitals that if you put an old person inside, one thing for sure, he will get new disease. He can come with whatever he has, but once you put him in hospital, normally he comes out with something else. So it's very important to know, for example, if he's carrying microbes that are antibiotics resistant. It's called MRSA. Because if he is, and you put it in a room with other patients, there is a very good chance that one of the patients will get an infection and probably will die in hospital. So here you can see a demonstration of how you can use molecular biology, and this is not something of the future, but of the existing present, how you can use it for the first thing that I mentioned, which is diagnosis and other treatment. So obviously, this is completely fascinating, and this will dictate what will be our future, not the future of medicine, what will be our future as the human race or human beings in the coming 50 years. So luckily, in the next 50 years, I will not be here, but some of the young ladies and young men that are here have to think about it, if they and their children will prosper or maybe even fly to the stars, or as I mentioned in the beginning, will run in caves hiding from the Terminator that we created. So last but not least, we are now looking for all kinds of diseases with all kinds of cooperation on situations like autism and others that probably result from changes inside the genome that are caused by certain interaction with outside microorganisms or viruses. That's it. We had time, and I think Vlad, where is Vlad? Somewhere here. I made it just in time, so we have less than 5 minutes. If anybody wants to ask a question, with pleasure. No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maroon, for that talk on the future of medicine. We now welcome questions from our esteemed audience. If there is no questions, I thank you all for being with us today and welcome you to the next panel in about an hour. Yeah? Thank you so much, Dr. Maroon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to our panel on the topic of cybersecurity exposure in the Balkans. Today we have three highly experienced panelists who will share their insights of this important issue. As we all know, cybersecurity has become an increasingly important concern in recent years, and the Balkans are no exceptions. Our first panelist is Mr. Moti Harlev. Mr. Harlev is now a consultant to IAEA ELTA Cyber Division and serves as the Chief Business Officer of the Cyber Division. Mr. Harlev held various development, system engineering, integration, and many other positions at Israel Aerospace Industries. Our second panelist is Mr. Ofer Pravda, who has been ILS and maritime security consultant to INI ELTA Land Division for the past several years. Previously, Mr. Pravda had held high-level management positions at a variety of international and local high-tech companies as CEO and Chief Operating Officer in charge of the marketing, sales, and business development and operation aspects of the companies. And our third panelist is Mr. Amer Nezic, is cybersecurity expert, SE, TNO, and co-owner of SE Technology, which is international company with offices in Sarajevo, Austin, Texas, and Qatar. We will start the program with a short presentation of Mr. Moti Harlev. Mr. Harlev, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Moti Harlev, and I'm from IAEA ELTA. What I'm going to talk about is basically not cybersecurity only. I'm talking about cyber resilience on a national level, how to protect a country's interests and to try to avoid any potential cyber event before it happens. Sorry. Okay, so who we are? IAEA Cyber Division is basically a leading company in cyber in Israel, and we lead the Israeli Cyber Companies Consortium, the ICCC. In the ICCC framework, we have 13 companies these days, big companies, small companies, and startups. And in that framework, we can provide a national end-to-end solution to defend a country from potential cyber events. The ICCC was actually endorsed by the Ministry of Economy of the Government of Israel. And after we did some significant achievements in the framework of ICCC, the government of Israel approached us again and asked us to establish the IACCC, the Israeli Aviation Cyber Companies Consortium. And in that framework, we do provide protection to the aviation industry worldwide. Protection in the framework of the infrastructure, namely the airports, protection for the fleets, namely the airliners, and protection to the platforms. After we did that, we were selected again by the Ministry of Transportation of Israel to establish the SAI-ITIS, which is the National Lab for Smart Transportation. In Israel, we believe that the future is going to be, within 15 years or so, autonomous transportation, and we lead the activity to the lab that will establish the regulation, the standards, and the rules of engagement to have the independent smart transportation, the autonomous smart transportation in the near future. So, what are the cyber risks in general, worldwide, to any country? There are all kinds of cyber threats. Cyber threats on the strategic level. Each and every one of them can cause a significant damage. Cyber can cause hundreds of millions damage if somebody succeeds to attach, approach, and shut down national level services. One is the state and superpower level. I mean, if a superpower decides to do some cyber activity, it is a real threat on a country of any size, any kind, in any area. Cybercrime, there are many bad guys. The bad guys are leading the cyber area. and they use their know-how and knowledge to just commit crimes, okay? Critical infrastructure, and later on my colleague here, Ofer Pravda, will elaborate. Critical infrastructure is always a huge target to cyber attacks. Cyber attacks from countries, from organizations. In any conflict, the first thing to be attacked, cyber attacked, is the critical infrastructure. Please look what happened in Ukraine, for example, between March and May last year. Okay, they had critical infrastructure attacks on a daily basis. Industrial espionage, cyber is used to take out know-how, unique know-how from commercial entities, from their database, and it is strongly used as an espionage. CNI, this is something new. Cyber is used now to influence elections, to influence, predictions, it has an influential power. The first one to use it and realize it and state it was Mr. Donald Trump. He was the one that claimed that everybody used cyber against him. And, the public is very easy to use internet and all that, so many malwares are spread using the public. In the red blocks, you can see the tools that these guys are usually using to attack countries. What is the real challenge? The real challenge is if something happened, how can a country maintain its business and national continuity? How can we maintain our life to minimize the impact on our lives? Okay? So this is the biggest challenge, and this is what we try to avoid and try to make sure that we continue to live as it is. There are many countries that were attacked and they are shut down for a very long period. You can check on the internet what's going on in Costa Rica since April 2022 when they were attacked. They are still not fully operational on a national level, on a country level. I just looked into the internet, what's happening in this area. These are some cyber events in the Balkans that happened in the last year or so. I mean, I was really surprised that so many events are published and are well known in this area. So basically it shows that this area is of interest to somebody, to some superpowers. Somebody is interested to damage the Balkan area. So these are, it was very easy to find. I didn't have to look into it very deep. But this is the point in which encourages us to talk about it and find solutions on a national level to make a country as resilient as possible. Now, we will have a short discussion when we have to bear in mind all the time this slide. The slides with the threats and the potential damage on any nation related to cyber. So, with your permission, I will now raise some questions and ask my colleagues here to the panel to provide their vision, how to deal, and what to do to minimize any potential damage to these events. For the questions, I need the paper.
Thank you.
So, my first question to you, if you could evaluate, because you live in this area, which strategic threats out of these basically is the most relevant for the Balkans? Which is the one that may be used probably by external entities?
Thank you. My name is Amir Nezic. We, as a cybersecurity company, we have some information which is very relevant and applicable to all over the world, not just the Balkan. So, as a colleague asked the question, I would say critical infrastructure of every country, every region, is something which must be protected at the first sight. The second thing, I will highlight something which I would say, Balkan region or Southeast Europe need to be a little bit much better. It's educational system which we need to apply to all our universities to raise awareness to these kind of security threats, which is very, very critical and very, very dangerous. You know, probably you heard a couple of times that some hospital doesn't have electricity and some kind of operation is happening, or some kind of rails or trains are stopped or something else. So these are events which are caused by hackers and somebody who has malicious activity. So above this critical infrastructure, which is very important, I would say small companies are very exposed. So we know from our experience that company even close their door because they are subject of cyber attack. You know, everybody knows now ransomware and something similar. So those are very critical and important things today because everything is digital. You know, if you have marketing presentation, that is your website or that is some kind of any activity which is in digital world. So everything goes digital and your business depend on that. So those kind of awareness and education, of course, as colleague says, we need to raise that on a little bit, I would say, much higher than is right now at this moment. So,
Thank you. Ofer, as for critical infrastructure, what do you think are the vulnerabilities and what should be done to make them as resilient as possible?
Thank you. I think the first step is actually the risk assessment. As part of the risk assessment of HLS, there is a critical path to check what kind of risk in the cyber arena and to take it into planning and conclusion to see how to avoid it. Because if it's happened, the damage is so high, not only in a matter of money, of course, also environmental issues and some others that need to be protected in the first step. So, as I say, the first step is to go into to learn what is the threat, to build the solution based on it, and in parallel of the thing that I'm going to discuss about 1 hour, about how to do HLS solution on critical assets, there is a lot of things to do also in the cyber solutions.
Thank you. As colleagues said here, the human factor in cyber is the most important thing. And that is basically the weakest thing, the human factor. Most of the attacks have human involved. Therefore, a program for national level awareness has to be implemented in every country. Now I'm going to talk about the Israeli model of cyber education. In Israel, there is a cyber education plan that begins at high school. At high school, we identify there are two very known programs. One is called Talpiot, the other one is called Makshimim, in which we identify cyber talents at high school in a very early stage. I mean, these talents are those guys and girls, boys and girls, that are not chasing each other, and they are not playing football or any sport. They are sitting and playing with their mobile phones to get challenged by digital games. These talents are then sent to a cyber academy, and I will elaborate later on a little bit about that. In the cyber academy, they go and learn cyber professions. Cyber professions in Israel, they are trained first to use for IDF interest, for the army interest. However, in other countries, we do exactly the same, and we prepare those cyber professions for international certifications. There are about 11 various professions that we prepare students to get their international certification by the EC Council in the United States. These guys are usually wanted in the work market. They are paid high salaries. and the academy that we establish in many countries basically makes sure that these professionals are available for the national interest for a long time. All the time you have the professionals available in your system. Now Israel realized that the bad guys, the hackers, are leading the cyber events. They are very innovative. To maintain the Israeli innovation capability, we built a program, syllabuses and curriculums that are provided to existing national universities that can go to the National Academic Accreditation Board and get accreditation to provide a cyber engineering degree, a Bachelor of Science engineering degree from universities. In Israel, we have this program already running for the last 5 years or so in 2 universities, the University of Beersheba and in the Technion in Haifa. So having cyber engineers, it will maintain the long run or long-term innovative capability of the country. We at II provide the whole path of an academy from high school and cyber professions and cyber engineering degrees. And we really believe that this is the strongest tool needed in every country to protect the national interest. Now I would like to ask you, what do you think are the main interests of hackers or other nations in the Balkans to damage countries here in the Balkans?
Definitely, there is various motivation on the table. But industrial espionage is something which is very common. Everything about money, banks, and all those systems, they are trying to compromise that. Also, political attacks and some kind of, I would say, you mentioned Donald Trump and brand damage and something like that is very common these days. But also, as I mentioned at the first place, if critical infrastructure is something which is really need to be protected, hospitals, rails, all these transportations and everything else. Above already mentioned, those are something which is now at this moment very interesting for those hackers. Also some kind of government agencies and especially government websites. We have some couple of them these months. They really need very good protection and awareness is something which we all together need to work to raise that awareness. It's not just this region, it's not just in that Israeli region or US. I think everybody needs to be aware what kind of and really dangerous things are happening all over the world. So as you say at the first in your expose, education and our universities need to adopt that system and figure it out that everything has changed. We know these social networks and very dangerous thing, and that is something which we need to work together to bring that on the next level. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you. Ofer, what do you think should be done or can be done to protect critical infrastructure?
I think the first thing should be done is actually it's awareness. This threat is existing. And this, I think, already in most countries already there. And from the example that you gave, we saw how much attack and the government reacting. I think the critical asset is something that influence, let's say, mostly on the political point of view, if between governments, and less effective by, let's say, individuals. It can be tourism attack, it can be some other attacks between countries, some revenge, for example, that you say in South America. It's actually one country probably was not happy of support of other country on the third country. So actually some attack was happen, and this country in South America, everything is closed. And the damage for the people it's huge. The critical assets, it is if you attack it like a power station, like a gas pipeline. If you close it, you can close all the country and affect some other countries in the area itself. So you need to be awareness first, and then to build a system, and to find out what is the problem in your system, how to actually learn how to improve your solution and change the impact of what you can do.
Thank you, Ofer. As I began, the major interest of a country is to be as resilient as possible against cyber attacks. To be resilient, it means to try to avoid, to know in advance potential cyber events, and to take the right measures in the right times with the right tools before any cyber attack really exercises. To do that, you need a national level organizational structure. The Israeli model, it took some years until it was adopted in Israel. The Israeli model was to establish a national cyber strategy, to implement it in the country, and to do that, the INCD, the Israeli National Cyber Directorate, was established. Now, the Israeli National Cyber Directorate reports directly to the Prime Minister. There are no any organizations or ministries in between. They report immediately to the highest level, and that is due to the fact that in cyber the potential damage is extremely high, and the top-level decision maker has to make immediate decisions how to protect the national interests. Basically, what we do in many countries, we recommend to adopt the Israeli model. In some countries, we really help to build the national strategy that is built on that model. Now, please bear in mind, cyber is a tool that can cause significant damages, that can cause significant difficulties to a country. Therefore, if you have the right tools, the right abilities and capabilities, the right professional people to take care about the national level cyber potential events, and I'm talking about potential events, then if you have the right people, the right experts to take care about events that realize, that happen, that you could not avoid them, that your chances to minimize the potential national level damages are, the chances are significantly higher to try to minimize that damage. And there are many options, many tools that can be used to do that. The strongest one is basically to predict in advance, to gather information, and to have the abilities to predict in advance a potential cyber event before it happens. And then you have the option to take the right measures to protect your interests. If I missed any questions, I really encourage you to ask us additional questions if you have, and we will try to answer them, and then we will do the... This one?
No, I have the mic.
It
Okay.
works. Okay.
Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Please.
So how do you actually know the threat before it happens?
Okay. Now,
Is there like a one way or several ways? I don't know. I'm not saying that you should give up your ideas and say it here, but rather just give us a glimpse of the system that actually helps you finding the threat before it happens.
How does it work? Let me see again. Okay. I'll move this one because this belongs to the conclusion, but I want to go to this one. These are actually the potential solutions to create the magic that I'm talking about. The first one, as you can see in the video, you have to be proactive. What I mean by being proactive is to use tools that are checking, pen testing your own systems, your own network, your own endpoints to find out vulnerabilities before the hackers will find them. So the proactive, this is a tool called SciScan. This tool basically is acting like a hacker. 24/7, searching, scanning your own network and your own endpoints to find the vulnerabilities. After we found the vulnerabilities, we can take the right measure to close them. Then we have over there the next generation SOC. The next generation SOC is basically a SOC with very strong predictive capabilities, very strong predictive analytics involved over there. The SOC collects information and indications from any source available, any sensor that you already have on a national level, open sources or specific sources. It has its own abilities based on artificial intelligence to predict what may happen, when it may happen, where it may happen, by whom it may happen, and then you have enough time to take again the right measures to protect your interests. Okay? Now, the picture that you can see here, the same SOC, the same next generation SOC is adapted with the same approach to critical infrastructure. Again, you use the SciScan, the scanner, to find out vulnerabilities, send it to your sectorial SOC, in which you can predict in advance which critical infrastructure is threatened by whom, when, why. Okay, again, take the right measures. And as we told, the capacity buildup, that is the most important pillar over there, which is the capacity buildup is to educate people, to be aware about cyber threats, educate people to be professionals in the right professions, have them available all the time for the national level interest to protect them. And this is a new one, share information. More information you share in cyber with other organizations, with other countries, potentially more protected you are going to be. Because if Ofer was attacked by somebody and he shares the attack's information with me, I have a good chance to protect myself from the same attack in the future. So basically, the cyber resilience that I was talking about, these are the major building blocks. Not only these, but these are the major ones. And the one that I really believe is the highest or most important, capacity buildup. Training, education, training. You need those people all the time. You need children to be aware that mobile phone is dangerous. You need children to be aware that social networks are dangerous, by the way. Grown-ups should be aware too that social networks are dangerous, okay? So, but awareness and professionalism, education is very important, and then go to universities to maintain your innovative abilities and capabilities for the future. I hope I answered your question. It was a long answer, but I hope I answered it. Yeah, okay.
One question from my side, maybe to Amer. You know, for Israel, it is slightly easy to gain all the resources and to have a focus, clear focus on country level. But in our Bosnia and Herzegovina situation, what is the right approach to build the, let's say, security operational center by entities, by companies, by utility companies, or to have one professional national security operational center and to share knowledge? What is the right approach for our specific political situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough question, I need to admit. I would say everybody needs to be involved. It doesn't matter is it on entity level or state level or university level, everybody needs to be involved because you cannot achieve high awareness with only one step or one kind of activities. You need to start from the school, from universities, government agencies need to be aware of that. So laws which we have now, we have everything on the paper, but unfortunately our capabilities are very low. I know that because we have company in Austin, Texas, US, and all MENA region, Qatar and all those countries, and North Africa. Trust me, we are on very, very low level. So everybody needs to work toward the same goal, same achievement at the end, universities, schools, everybody. But everything should be start from, as we say in security, from GRC, governance. My colleague explained risks, and something which is a result of these activities are compliance, at least with those security measures which we need to apply in the whole society as much as possible. So that is very important, and I would say maybe universities and companies should start those activities, and then of course national program for that, and they need to give some money. Of course, for that purpose is not cheap. Yeah, colleague, correct me. They don't need to give, but invest, right? That is investment in not just society per se, but also industry. You can imagine that something doesn't work 5 days. If you can imagine your company and you don't work 5 days, it's already a disaster. Your reputation, your everything. So it's, I would say, I will conclude, a combination of all these activities on the different levels. I think it's right formula. I hope answer the question. Yes.
Yeah, I would like just to add one thing. In cyber, and I corrected my colleague here, is an investment because the return of investment in cyber is very quick. If you succeed to avoid one cyber event within the first year that you implemented in the cyber system or cyber defense system, you immediately have your return of investment. I gave you the example of Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, since April 2022, the damage is estimated about 1.4 billion US dollars. They could be protected significantly if they would invest about, let's say, $80 million. So definitely you can have the measures about the potential return of investment. If a cyber resilient making system is implemented and it can avoid one cyber attack immediately, the government has its return of investment. Now, please bear in mind, we are talking about national level cyber defense or cyber resilient solution. These are not cheap solutions. But in any case, the return of investment is significantly fast.
I have a question. What are the most common cyber attacks that happened in our country? That would be my first question. And second one, you already mentioned that our country is not dealing with it in the best way. Do you think we have enough resources, not just let's not speak about money, let's speak about people. What do you think about that? And what would be a first or initial step to bring this, awareness about cyber security?
Okay. On your first question, I cannot reveal that. It's confidential. We know, but it's confidential. So we need to sign non-disclosure agreement first to talk some kind of activities, but various government agency and industrial companies are suffering of very hard cyber attack Unfortunately, it's almost 100% damage. So everybody, when something hits, something like that, everybody are quiet. They don't reveal because they are ashamed and everything else. But recovery is very slow and painful. So that's why investment at the first it's very low. I would say very low, but it's very payable and return of investment is very high. Your second question: what needs to be done to build our capabilities and our system to be resilient on any kind of cybersecurity attack? As I already mentioned, first awareness. People need to be aware of that. Then all companies, of course, need to invest in their business, protecting their business. So if I ask you, you have very big company, and how much company worth? 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, maybe something subjective. So if you want to protect yourself, cybersecurity is the first thing today which needs to be done. Imagine how can I approach the client, and most of the people, they don't realize, and they don't, cybersecurity is not their business. They don't understand those things, but imagine every one of us, if I say, would you buy a car without airbags? Perfect car, Ferrari. Would you buy a Ferrari without airbags? Who? I will not. So that is something which we need to think and how can be achieved. I would say combination of activities and all of us, first of all companies, universities and governments, agencies need to be a little bit more active and to promote cybersecurity, and general digitalization is something which is now everybody have it. I didn't remember the third question. It's only two. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Do you have any more questions?
It's a short one, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So when it comes to national security, would you recommend using softwares and solutions that are already in place and working, or rather building up your own?
Okay, so as I told you, we lead the ICCC, the Israel Cyber Companies Consortium. This consortium was established to provide an end-to-end solution to every country, to a country, okay? Whenever we provide an end-to-end solution, we use and reuse everything that is already available in that country. We are not going to replace whatever is available. However, we provide our own add-ons to be able to provide the predictive capability, for example. We are not sure that whatever you have here is suitable enough to predict what's going to happen. So we provide our own solutions as an add-on to everything that you already have. Okay? So if you have a SOC, for example, that is working for the gas and energy sector, we take all the inputs from that SOC as an input to our next generation SOC to be able to predict what may happen to that sector based on what you provided to us and based on what we gathered independently in parallel to that SOC. So it's a combination of both. Now, my colleague here wanted to add something.
I want to add something about timeline. We're talking about cyber attack, what is the ROI of it and everything. We need to remember another aspect. If you want to build some kind of protection level, as we're having in several countries, it takes times. It's meaning that if you are cannot protect yourself now, and until you be protected in, let's say, 80%, it's take you 2 years, 3 years, because it's also a learning process. So on the one hand, you implement, as you say, you have your own systems, we're adding some add-ons, we're checking it, checking your existing software or application or whatever it is, but we're also building some kind of learning process to find out vulnerable places in the other, let's say, endpoint or other places. So I'm talking from the critical asset solution in HLS point of view, and this is the place that is bundling together, because it should be together, because this is part of the solution how to protect a critical asset in general.
So everybody who is actually in cybersecurity, he is very, very informed about return of investment for the new people that are coming into industry. When we are speaking about the challenges on education level, how do you manage to motivate young people to actually choose to be cybersecurity experts, maybe till this part of high schools and so on? Because everybody on the younger level is looking, I would say, on the black side of the story.
Yeah, look, the black side has its own part of the story because it may end in jail. Okay, so the story that we have to the young people, I have a slide that I don't have it here, is the shortage of cyber experts worldwide. I have the figures of 2021. Okay, in 2021 there was a shortage of 2.4 million cyber experts worldwide. These guys, in most countries, are paid very high salaries. Okay, so that is why they have an interest, one, to stay on the white side of the game, okay, and two, to learn the profession, because on the long run they have a good chance for the next 40 or 50 years until something new will born after cyber. I don't know what's the next one. You know, 20 years ago we had back 2000 issues. They disappeared. Now we have cyber issues. I don't know 25 years from now what's going to happen, but for the next 25 years, it seems that cyber is a very well paid profession. Cyber expertise is and most youngsters in Israel, they really want to join the cyber groups in Israel. It is really a wanted profession. Look into the table, go to the internet, look how much they are paid in the United States, in Europe, everywhere, and then you'll understand why it is so interested to go. And by the way, you are young guys, and you know that it is a challenging profession. I mean, it's not a boring profession, so it's nice.
Any more questions? So I have one. Which industries actually are the most affected by attacks worldwide and in Bosnia and Herzegovina? Which industries are the most affected by cyber attacks?
I don't know in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
But worldwide. Or in Israel?
Electricity, energy, and water.
Okay.
It's very simple, as simple as that. If you go to the internet, you'll find that if somebody wants to damage a nation, it is energy, electricity, it is water, and gas and oil stations.
And in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Mostly government agencies and some isolated incidents on electricity, water, and all those critical infrastructure. But it's not something which we are not in crisis situation, but it will become very, very difficult to defend it.
Okay, now with your permission, I will just try to conclude. So we realized that to be in a resilient position as a nation, you need to have your own and develop your own technologies, cyber-related technologies. You need to build and generate a national-level methodology, how to protect your interest. Constant innovation in cyber, as I told you, the big guys are leading. They are the innovative teams. We have to be innovative enough to be 1 minute ahead. Okay, that is with the predictive capabilities. Cooperation, as I told you, countries, organizations have to cooperate in cyber to increase the level of protection. And the most important one is the capacity build-up and maintenance, namely education, training, education, have the right people with the right knowledge in the right place, in the right time. So you already saw this one. So I'm going now to the capacity build-up, which is a very important figure. Now, as I told you, it has to include ethics. That is, somebody here asked me about the black side and the white side. We are educating the people with the right ethics to remain on the white side, okay? It has to be incorporated into existing education systems. High school, the children have to learn English and maths, and add to that, those that are talented, add to that some cyber education, but we don't touch it. Education system for universities, we are not inventing a new university. We join an existing establishment. Innovation R&D, as I told you, those engineers that are graduate from those universities will maintain the national innovative and R&D capability. One thing that you cannot see here is that cyber produces significant workplaces for unique populations. I mean, in Israel, you will find many cyber experts in wheelchairs. You will find many experts that are on the autistic spectrum. This guy can see things that we cannot see, okay? So it generates workplaces for this type of population. We train the people for international certifications, all the CISOs, pen testers, professional pen testers, and all this kind of certification. The certification that we prepare is to the CE Council. It goes to the public and private sectors. Every place that has an educational system, basically it becomes a regional hub for education. Not every small country needs an academy, a cyber academy. And as I told you, it generates workplaces. Basically, just to conclude, the threat is here. So a country has to do its almost best to protect its interest on an egoistic basis. A country has to take the right measures to avoid significant damages. Okay? Now, please bear in mind the threats are very dynamic. Every other day we find a different new threat, cyber threat. The guys are very creative and innovative, the bad guys, I mean. In any case, when we go to a country, we have to provide a tailor-made solution. A solution for Bosnia and Herzegovina doesn't meet the needs of Switzerland. Every country needs a tailor-made solution to maximize the benefit from the solution to that nation specifically. And please bear in mind, again, this is artificial intelligence power. All these activities are usually involve artificial intelligence, and you have to take care about what way are you doing with it. So I thank you very much. I thank my colleagues very much. It was really my honor and pleasure.
So thank you, gentlemen, for this very interesting discussion and for sharing your experience with us today. Thank you very much. There will be one. They will give you. They will give you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's lecture on When Security Meets Safety with Mr. Ofer Pravda, HLS and Maritime Security Consultant to the Land Division of Israel Aerospace Industries. Mr. Pravda's career spans several high-level management positions at both international and local high-tech companies. In these positions, he served as CEO and Chief Operating Officer, overseeing marketing, sales, business development, and operational aspects of the companies. Mr. Pravda has a diversified experience in HLS mega projects, including border protection, critical assets protection, smart city and safe city, radar system, underwater system, and communication networks. With an MBA degree in electronics, Mr. Pravda is also a graduate of the IDF Naval Cadet and Advanced Naval Officers Training Academy. His expertise focuses on the project's entire life cycle, from identifying and analyzing requirements to delivering various operational and commercial solutions to final execution. Today, Mr. Pravda will share his insights of the intersection of security and safety, a critical issue in today's world. We are excited to learn from his experience and expertise in this field. Following the lecture, we will have the privilege of engaging in the Q&A session with Mr. Pravda. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ofer Pravda to the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know this is a tough hour, so I try to go as less as technical details that I can. I will try in the next hour to share with you our experience how to actually to build a project into a project that is actually contain two main parts. One of them is security, other one is safety. And I know that some of the places this is actually cannot be live together. But in order to operate a critical asset site, you must to have both of them together. When we are talking about our solution, and I'm from, as you know, IAI ELTA, we are talking all the time of multi-level solution. It's meaning that we need to build like layers that can provide solutions for any kind of threat, from the early stage of planning, what are the risks, as I have discussed about it in the previous panel, on one hand, and on the other hand, what are the system and what are the procedure that you can work and make the, in one hand, to have security, and the other hand, to have this critical asset to operate, because it's very easy to close everything. It's very good for the, let's say, from the security point of view, but as you know, it cannot be operational. Oh, sorry. What are the threats? Every time you're building some HLS solution in general, you're starting what are the threats. What are the scenarios that might be effect of your activities? It can be a border solution, can be other solution, and of course critical assets is one of the major challenges because it's combined civilians and uncivilians activities together. If you're talking about the threat, it can be a threat that's based on some kind of terrorism attack, for example, or some sabotage. that we need to know how to detect them in previous, what can be avoided that might happen. And of course, the another threat that is, let's say, less common for gas industry, it's more common for oil, it's the issue of thieves that actually stealing the oil. You can find this mostly in Africa, that the local people actually drilling a hole in the pipeline and take out actually stealing the oil. In gas, it's non-issue because you cannot steal the gas, of course. I will explain you this cycle in the next slide, that how we build all the process, what is the concept, how to build the process end to end. The process all the time need to start with the first step is to analyze. Analyze the situation, to answer the question, what are the security and the safety threat and risk. To build a risk assessment of the site itself end to end, and based off it, to go to the next step and to say, okay, how we can prevent it happen. I'm not talking about technology yet. I'm not talking about process yet. I say, okay, what are the hazard area? What I can do to prevent any kind of damage to the site itself. And only after this, I say, okay, I have analyze the situation. I know how to prevent it. I have some systems, and I need to give the, let's say, the end-to-end solution, the capability to detect there is a problem, detect it might be a problem. And in this point of view, we need to find out how can give the best end-to-end picture to the operators. Can be, let's say, the oil company or the gas company, or it can be the government, like the internal affairs, never mind. But the authority that's responsible to make it safe and make it secure, all the site, all the critical assets. After we detect there is some issue, there's some problem, it can be any kind of problem, we need to have the assessment. We need to understand what we can do to find out and to prevent it. After we prevent it, what we can do into the next step. And when I'm talking about the next step is how we're going to react. And take, for example, if we have a link of gas, the first reaction is more or less the same if it is safety issue or security issue. First off, you want to stop this link, and then you find out why. So the reaction is something you need to do as fast as you can, as to have the minimum time of damages, and damage can be many kind of damages. It can be issue of money, this is a simple way, or it can be something that is damage to environmental. If this is near a city, it could be even cause some problem with man life. After this cycle, we find out that we need to learn how we can learn and what we call lesson learned from this event. What we need to be approved, what do we need to do for the next time that this event or this problem not happened again. So this is very critical path, because over here is actually the experience of all the system itself. It's starting from the people on the site, it's going to the, let's say, military, or if it is the police, or this is the internal affairs people, to find out how we can prevent the next time and what need to be changed or upgrade. It can be technical upgrade, it can be also procedure only, or training, whatever it is. But this is a step in order to go back and to do the analyst again, see if it is okay or need to be another change. Okay? So this cycle is more or less, cycle is actually how we're building and always doing it again and again and again. When you come to protect gas pipeline, we need to protect several elements. First of all, let's say the most vulnerable area is actually the valves, or some kind of pumping station, or tank station, or some other place, and you need to build some security that's fitting for this location. And if you're having the pipe itself, it also need to be protected and need to be detected. And once again, after you're checking the security level that you need. And this is leading to the next slide, how you're building your concept to protect the oil or the gas pipeline. Actually, you're building some kind of different levels sorry, you're building a different levels of security, that each level depends what is the damage that can be happen and what is the aspect of this. So every area having, let's say, 3 colors, and the solution that we're giving for each level is different. For example, if you're talking about the level number 1, let's say this is the lowest, you need only detection, you need to check everything. You can use it by electrical optical system, you can do it by drones. We talk about a little bit different kind of drones. You can do it by radars, you can do it by autonomous car, and also by some kind of patrols around the pipelines. This is usually pipelines is the level number 1. So over here we find out what is the scenario, what is the risk, and then we're looking to the technical solution how to protect it. If you're going to level number 2, it's some part of the pipelines, usually the area of the valves. You need to have additional security. So we're putting everything in level number 1, all the elements that we discussed, and above it, we're adding additional security level. It can be smart fence, it can be additional optic systems, it can be other detectors that prevent people to go nearby. You can find out in the valve area of a pipeline, you can find a lot of sensor around it, and in order to protect that people not have the physical capability to reach to the valve itself. Level number 3 is the pipeline itself. In this area, it's very difficult to protect all the pipeline all the time. It's very easy to put a lot of radars and electro-optical systems, but of course it's the issue of cost effective is very high. And you need to remember that you need also to put infrastructure like fiber optics and electricity to give power supply for all the systems. So if you want to say, okay, how I can protect along a pipeline, the simplest way maybe is just to put it on the ground. Because if it's covered deep enough, it's not be easy to reach it. But then you have another problem, how you can detect that you have a link if it's underground. So we'll talk about it later on. There are a lot of ways to protect the pipeline itself. We have sensor that is seismic sensors, we have fiber optics inside, we have specific sensor as part of the pipeline itself, that if someone touching or trying to do some damages, we send a hazard to the command control that actually collect all the information for the pipeline. I want to talk about one system, autonomous drone, for example. This drone, it is having optical systems. You put it in several areas, and if you have some hazard, you can launch it automatically with very easy to, let's say the operator and the command control don't controlling the drone. He give a specific location, and the drone know how to reach it, how to go around it, send the picture to the command control in order to make a decision what to do. Another kind of sensor, and I'm talking only, let's say, principle of sensors, because there's a huge kind of sensors, and as II and Alta, we're having a huge range of sensors that can be from radar, optics, seismic element, up to satellite. So everything we have in-house, it's very unique for integration, for example, and one integrated company that can provide all the systems. But this is only a bite of what we are providing and how it can be used in a matter of the concept itself. And this, for example, we are putting actually some kind of sensors, fiber optic sensor, inside the pipeline or nearby the pipeline or on the pipeline itself to get early warning if something might happen. If I'm putting it near it, and to drill a hole in this pipeline is not a second. It takes some time. So, and the gas pipeline takes some minutes. So I get a very early warning that someone is approaching to this point. Now let's talk about a little bit on the higher level. Okay, we're having the risk assessment, we have the procedures, we know how to do, our forces are training in the matter of safety and the matter of security, and everything okay. but somewhere we need to control everything. Therefore, we're having the command control center that is usually divided by sections, like say local area and network up to national level. It can be usually combined for different area of different energy systems, and you actually collect all the information from all the sensors and provide end-to-end picture to the operators. The operators need to take a decision what is false, what is actually a normal behavior by using AI. For example, if the pipeline is near farmers and you know that in the day the farmers is walking over there, so the system knows it, and if you detect some farmers, let's say, far enough from the gas pipeline, there's not going to be alarm. But if the same behavior is during the night, then we have alarm. So this is part of how the system can help the operator to make a decision much faster on one hand, and not to give him a lot of alarms when it is not necessarily needed. So all the sensors connect, all the operators are, of course, trained and know how to operate it, and then give the end-to-end pictures to the decision maker what to do with this. And then come, of course, the procedures level. Okay, you have a problem, you find out what to do. And this is usually doing with the local forces, because you don't want to change everything. You need to customize what you have there in order to give a solution. Another element or sensors that we are using, we talk about a little bit about ground sensors. Can be, once again, small element that can detect. The false alarm is very, very low. It's actually very unique to find out what it is. And once again, you're getting information for one sensor, it's one information. And when you actually allocate the information from many sensors or several sensors, you find out there is a threat or something happened, and then you make a decision. So you're decreasing dramatically the false alarm. Example of drones. All the pipeline together is connecting to command control center over there in the left, in the right side. And when you're having sensor on the pipeline itself, it's transmitting by networking to the command control, and then automatically I can send what I say, drone in a box that is going to this location, because I know exactly where is the location of this alarm, and checked and send back the information to the operators or the command control operators, what is the problem, and then to make a decision how to react. Some examples from drones. Over here you can see two different sensors. IR sensor, the same picture, and of course day sensors. You can see that someone tried to use a RPG to hit the pipeline. So everything can be, when the driver stopped the car, already detect him. So have some time to react. And of course, intelligence about the number of the car and everything can be in the same time. And you have enough time to make, to actually provide this scenario, to prevent this from happening. Another example, that you're having area that should be restricted during the day, and you're having target that the drone is actually tracking it. You can see over here a main target, and over here you see a vehicle. So actually the drone itself, when you give him the target, you know how to track it automatically, of course. You don't need to hold it by hand and to show him where to go. When you're talking about area of critical assets, it's very difficult area because there are a lot of buildings and a lot of storage area. So most of the time you need to know in advance what is the area, because this is your area, so you can map it in advance. And then you find out if something is changing, like anomaly of movement during the night, or specific area that no one needs to move there over there. So we need to detect it, and you can find out this is and give the hazard to the system. I'm not talking about fully automatic system. I'm talking about half automatic, so the man is in the loop to find out and make a decision. Of course, there is a higher level of automation, but it depends what is the need. The same area during the night. This is by IR camera. It's much different picture, of course, but once again, you can find out if there's some area that is, let's say, the spectrum of light is different. You can find out that there is some link or might be some fire starting, and you can detect it quite early. This, of course, the storage. I want to go to this example of you can find out link in pipeline. You can find by the IR camera that over there is a problem, and you go in and by the camera and actually know that there is some problem you need to protect over there, and then send the rescue team and the technical teams over there. By using the images by the day camera and the night camera together, area that you already know about it, it's very easy to detect anomalic behavior. Different time of the day, different time of movement, place that you do not need to move. For example, this is not a road that someone is driving a 4x4 car. And you can find out in the specific area, there is some let's say, link that you can find out by different sensors themselves. I want to go to show you this picture. Let's see. Yes. If you look over here carefully, you can find out this is, of course, pipeline under the ground. And then you can see in a few minutes that you are detecting a link of gas underground linking from the pipeline. In the right side, you can see the same picture and when you're seeing the storage area, that is a link from the storage tank that you can see the cloud over there. So this is something that you cannot, of course, see by regular eyes, so you need the system to support you to do it. How it can be done, one technical, let's say, more physical slide. Actually, we're using a drone with specific laser with specific lengths. Waves, and then we can detect by different colors there is some problem, and then we can find out a link that is underground. So this is it in the high level, and when you're talking about how to continue, is actually to build end-to-end solution. So you cannot say, okay, to put a camera is enough, because if you put a lot of cameras, it's very nice, but if it's not starting from the threat, the camera or the radar or the drone or whatever it is don't give you the solution. So you need to go all the process. And another comment that to build protection for pipeline or for some other critical assets, it takes time. And the best time to do it is when you're designing the facility itself. So if you are designing such kind of critical asset area or such kind of oil or gas or whatever pipeline, as part of the design, let's say the pipeline design, should be how to secure it. Because it's much easier, much cheaper, and can be implemented in shorter time. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pravda, for your fascinating lecture today. And now we will open discussion. Do you have any questions for Mr. Pravda?
Oh, it was very clear, or it was not clear at all?
Yeah, it was very clear, obviously, yeah. So thank you so much for sharing your wealth experience with us today. Once again, Mr. Pravda with us. Thank you
very
so much, and see you in about an hour.